Definitely not checking my hair. Okay, shh. Shh. My controller on? Okay. Philip. Mechanics seem interesting. I like the art style. Sure, let's give it a try. I have a little free time. Oh god, no, that's the wrong number. Ugh, that's 9. Oh no. Shit, it's X V1. Nope, IV. Otherwise that'd be 6. Final Fantasy 10 5 1. Yeah, okay, that's right. I think that's right. So when were we taught to read Roman numerals anyway? Wah, 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 wah. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Shh, I know exactly what's going on. I am in control of everything. I like how this is 2 streams in a row. I've just kind of catastrophically just kind of turned up and I'm like, hello, everything is fine. Everything is going okay. And you guys just sit there and you're like, yes, I believe her. It's definitely how it goes. Look at that fish go. You turned Weeb into a Magikarp. That's kind of sad, bro. Be greater than the Magikarp. And then it just goes and then evolves into a Gyarados. Great story. 10 out of 10. Great One Piece reference. Wink wonk. What am I doing? Howdy. I don't know where. Oh wait, I have a different screen open, don't I? Hold the phone. Disappear. The thing I was expecting to happen yesterday and then didn't, and I was very confused, and then we just kind of went on in life. I'm not entirely sure what happened. There we go. That should be fine. Alright. I know what's going on. Absolutely. We're saving Maya. That's what we're doing. I hope y'all are ready for this. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I have 2 saves now. Shh. Everything's fine. Oh, got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Gumshoe is trying to save Maya. Gumshoe is going to be attempting to save Maya while we're in the process of being in court, so I'm expecting a bit of flip-flopping. There's my Philip. Hi, Philip. Good morning. Oh, the last like 2 nights, my brain's just been like, I'm gonna be late to starting stream. What if Philip goes to work before I can say hello? Oh my god, I don't know what my hair is doing. Shh. Shh. Just... Anyway, hi. I'm a fucking anime. Or I'm Justin Bieber, you know. One of those is worse than the other. We all know it's JB. Anyway, good morning, Philip. Hope you had a good night's sleep. Hope you had a good day yesterday. I'm very tired. Beep boop beep beep. Oh yeah, so we were on the phone with Gumshoe. Doing fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Hell yeah. I am doing okay. I caught 4 shinies today. I'm going on an outing with my sister tomorrow. It's gonna be good. I always feel better when I get in here. Yeah, just do something quirky. Wait, you're awesome. You're awesome. I know it. You know it. In your heart, in your mind, body, soul, those things. All of the things. I got you. I'm in that like mood where my brain's just like, I'm going to say something weird, and it's like, please don't do that, not right now. And it's like, Tomato nuggets. No, absolutely not. Gross. I don't Tomato nuggets. Aren't those just cherry tomatoes? Wait. Okay, alright. I clearly need a restraining order. So, I need to return these to my sister. These ones I think are mine. We can be weird. Hell yes. You come up with something weird to say. Like 2 words that you don't think are ever going to put together. Like controller. Phenomenon. The controller phenomenon. Why does that sound like an actual thing? I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking. Rosebud stars. Yeah. It's so cute. I like stars. Hey Purple, how you going today? Chocolate tomato. How could you say something so delicious and so horrible? But also, just think of like a tiny little chocolate tomato. Like not a tomato. Tomatoes is gross. But chocolate shaped like a tomato. Just take a gigantic bite out of it. It's pain. Exactly. Okay, cool. One is a better alternative than the other. Rather than like chocolate apple where you dip apple and chocolate, like that's just amazing. I should do that. I should make a fondue for me and my sister. But it's hollow inside. No, don't say that. The chocolate tomato. It was gonna be my dream, my aim, my life. My God. Shimmy my chair in. Shh. I don't know what my hair is doing. I've sat on, I finally like sit down and I'm just conscious of it on my face. It's a nice like length aesthetically at the moment, but it's definitely at that point where it's like, that's a lot of hair. Imagine a chocolate shaped like tomato and filled with ketchup. My God, why was that difficult to say? No, I don't even like ketchup. I keep wanting to say checkup. Checkup. It's like a checkup. Do not like ketchup. Nice. No, Philip, don't agree. Someone will make it otherwise. I am totally ready. In the mode, in the street. I know what's going on, she says. Maybe lying to you guys. I vaguely know what's going on constantly. Yeah, I'm having an outing with my sister. Ketchup is meh. Ketchup is bleh, in my opinion. Doing stuff tomorrow with my sister, which will be good. It was my mum's birthday today, so I already rang her and called her and said happy birthday. Birthday. And it's Mother's Day. Well, not this weekend, but the weekend after, so it means I have to give Mum a Mother's Day present and a birthday present, and I don't know what I'm gonna get her, because I'm not gonna see her until probably, I don't know when. I don't know. Busy people. Busy, busy, busy. Alright, let's get into this, because my brain's just apparently unfocused right now. Focus. Zone in. Mia, you understand now, don't you? No. Well, what am I supposed to understand? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. Okay, I wasn't expecting it. Ooh, happy birthday, Hans Mom. I love you. Yeah. We love her very much. She is very precious. She tries her best. She does a good job. Ignore the yawn. You can't... Yeah, something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Didn't we just in the last stream say something along the lines of, if Maya and Pearls are my best friends, then I must have such like no friends at all? Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. March 23rd. Day of my birthday. 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. Beep 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 beep. And also the power of spirit channeling. Yeah! Through the power of friendship and spirit channeling. Whoop whoop. It feels like that. No, court is now in session for the trial of Matt on God. Who we secretly found out was an asshole last stream. He's not a good guy, and we're defending him, which means we're gonna throw him under the bus. Not literally. Once we've saved Maya, we will throw him under the bus. So, the defense is ready, Your Honor. Yeah, we are. The prosecution has been all ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we were concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Onguard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. You're saying that she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is it? It looks like a shell. And this is the calling card of a certain assassin. Hello there. Hello, Dorcas. How are you? Oh yeah, he has a scar over his eye. We all know that they're evil. Oh yeah, and we all know only evil people have physical deformities. Hey, that's really sad. I'm gonna have a real short pause. Adara and I watched the first 2 episodes of Moon Knight. No spoilers, but like, what? I'm really confused by it. Like, because we were talking about it, and I'm like, I think the weirdest thing about Moon Knight is that it doesn't feel like it belongs anywhere else in the MCU, and that is very baffling. Like, Loki makes sense, Ms. Marvel makes sense, Doctor Strange makes sense, Shang-Chi, they kind of tied in the end a lot. At the end, the Eternals go into space, probably come across the Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, like, all of this stuff makes sense. And then there's Moon Knight, and you're sitting here and you're like, who are you? What are you? What is the significance of you? And yeah, we're 2 episodes in. Obviously that doesn't mean a lot of things, but you didn't pass the vibe check? What do I have to do to, what do I have to do to pass the vibe check? Tell me what I need to do. Do I have to eat the Toblerone? Obviously that's the case, right? But yeah, Moon Knight. We're only 2 episodes in, and I'm hoping it'll tie together, like, more, but so far, it just feels weird, and I don't get it at all. Anyway. You have Toblerone? Of course I do. You think of me some sort of heathen? Let me explain. Okay. This is the Toblerone. Alright. Which you are able to keep without eating it. My entire life is based off restraint, and that includes eating Toblerone. We have Toblerone. I got the other week a box full of these. I am very happy about this. I also have raspberry licorice, still unopened from like 3-4 weeks ago. And half a container of M&Ms, which I bought in January, so I'm doing pretty well with these. 3 months, almost 4 months actually. 4 months, only about halfway. I know. What's going on? Hello there, you have to answer with General Kenobi. What? What, huh? When someone says hello there, you have to answer with General Kenobi. Prequel fan. Prequel. Can I teleport to your home and eat some of it? If you have the power of teleportation, go ahead. Who is that? Hello, Zavon! Svan, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 14 months. Much appreciated. Numbers, I know. I don't remember when I started doing the numbers thing, but it makes sense, except for when you're doing like 34, 2. Hello, teleported. You lied to me. Thank you for the 100 bits, dude. I hope you had a good day. Oh, okay, you don't know. That's okay. I forget I said anything. What? Okay. I will forget it. Assassin, you say? Yes. One corridor was killed by a professional assassin, and that of the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Onguard. Man, just going straight to it, isn't he? What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true because he's a good boy. We love him. But we still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Don't even think about it, my dude. Oh, then please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. The defendant's mentor. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Day has been off, no one likes Mazdas. Day has been off, no one likes Mazdas. Well, that's news to me. I didn't know there was a hatred for Mazdas. So, Day has been off as in bad because no one likes Mazdas, or the day has been off as in it's been crazy and it's like, side note, no one likes Mazdas. I like turtles. I like turtles too. I like the turtle too. Our own own embattled turtle. God, I should not be trusted to speak at all. Name and occupation. Okay. Will Powers. Poor underpaid action star. What is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's, I guess, I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. My nan loves turtles too. She has a bunch of like little turtle figurines that sit on her table, on her coffee table. Side note. Oh, Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourselves down so much. Oh, sorry, well, I was just kind of that sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Onguard's room. Okay, sure. I like this game. Oh, he's suddenly upright. Watch him slouch again, just... Nope, he's stuck. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Okay. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. That's the assassin right there. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Oh, I think sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If no one assumes that the person Mr. Onguard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you applying? What finger is he using? This one. Pointer. How is it natural to do that movement? God, that's it. I do not... That's interesting. I guess you can move your finger more around like this, can't you? Sorry, I'm distracted. I think I usually like, I keep one and then I kind of like point like this compared to like individually moving the actual fingers. Anyway, cross-examine. Looks like we're in for another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge it in head first. Why are you talking about being a trap? We just want to last as long as possible, right? I'm signing to see my brainlessness has infected wings. Sorry, is that the word you want to say? I sign in to see my brainlessness has... Yeah, no, it's gone. It's gone. Listen, I didn't have a lot of time to process things before I started stream. I just, you know, because we watched the first 2 episodes of Moon Knight, I had like 10 minutes to do the dishes. Did the dishes, turned on my computer, turned everything on, and then I started. So my brain's just still a little scatterbrained. You know, looking at my face. Sorry, I questioned the word sign in because my brain was like, sign in? You sign into Twitch? No one signs into the Twitch. We all know that it just stays auto-logged in. I have Lemsip. Good. Good. You still a little bit sick. I hope your brain is more gathered today. Dishes! Thank you, Spawn. You don't have to give bits when I do the dishes, okay? But thank you, dude. I am having a fit over this fringe. I'm sure I had a clip somewhere. I don't know where the clip is. This desk is a misc, I'm telling you right now. I forgot the word tune in. Right. So Brings went, sign in is close enough, right? Yes. That does make sense. Matt's room. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I went by myself to Matt's room, standing in there, I'm just gonna press everything. Bandit's room, why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor like a big brother sorts, and I wanted to say congrats. Well, what's the matter? What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're going to try to trick me into corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your loyal thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. You can talk to me any day, Edgeworth. As for now, what is this French doing? Can I like... Nope. Okay. And continuing your testimony. This is sorry. You went to the defense room and... Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I get turned into the bad guy here? I mean, I've always got a right verdict, haven't I? Matt was standing there in front of the door, still in his nickel costume. Are you sure that was Matt? Oh god. Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. What was the Van doing standing in front of his own room? It was chocolate stone. Those just the bit. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a tray of juice on a tray. But it was actually the blood of his victims. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now, sorry. I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. Beep boop beep beep beep. So the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I just did something weird. Did feel something weird. I think it was because he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? Well, that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me then, and I couldn't make them wait for me. That was us. So, who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course, you and Maya and Lou Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press it at them. Do you remember this incident? Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. I pressed everything, right? Can I press him again? Gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Oh, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Archworth. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave us the bellboy a tip. Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? How much it was? Sorry, I said that wrong. Like he's quoting what he just said. But that's when something even more surprising happened. Bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And then, when I got my first good look at the guy's face, I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments must ask about. Face. What's so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like a gramps. Oh, I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. The smack, middle of the guy's faces, there was a lot of stitches. A lot of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost sounded like that almost like if the right. Pardon. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. Sure, okay. He was there at Ungod's house. He was the butler. And he was the bellboy that led Maya away. Pay attention. Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Ungod was talking to Tequila then. If that fact were to be exposed, Ungod would be declared guilty in a blink. You sure you don't have anything to say right now? Huh? What did you just say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going round and round in circles here. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue your testimony. Watched the two of them for a while and gave up and begged. Oh yeah, go back to this one. Alright, on God's team. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you say? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Oh, whoa, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Objection! Defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typically fair for people like him.
Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on a train, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting?
You know what? That's a fair comment. I like how he's basically like, yeah, I'm in it for the money. It's got a point. I don't get paid, let alone let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. You don't get paid? How are you in business? You're paid by the government?
So, supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corda. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin.
Look at his stature, by the way. Like, why is he standing like that?
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime. Shelley DeKiller? He is the person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller.
Really?
What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out.
Oh.
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later that night. What?
Mr. Powers, please justify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. The second time. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that boy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carter's room. Now that I think about it, that boy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm kinda sure of it. I mean...
Thank you very much. That is all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room, and if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh.
Ha ha ha. There's no laughing matter. Why? Man, Mia is harsh. Gonna save again. Da -da 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 -da. What was it? What time was it? Well, I don't remember. The what's already ended around 8 p.m. right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back, and then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was just around 8:10 p.m. by that time.
You're not one for details. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats.
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniforms after all. But, you see, well, he had stitches on his face. So I'm pretty sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of?
The victim's room, huh?
Yeah. The one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It's Juan Carter's room, alright.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am.
Let's continue the testimony, shall we?
I think about it, the boy did. So what exactly was so out of place about him?
Right. Why this insipid grin?
Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next.
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't servant pushing a cart. He wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree, that is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers decide or save? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't.
You two are done being school children. Bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever.
Are you sure?
Your Honor, I asked that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this one.
Ugh, Edgewood. Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? Oh, well. Right. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir.
Thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest room empty-handed. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious.
I mean, when I first saw that bellboy,
he was holding a tray in his hand.
It actually makes sense because if we look in the court record, actually no, wait, it's not. Yeah, so it's actually sitting in the picture. And besides the fact that we know that what's his name's the girl, she did pour that drink. Still, like, the tray is very obviously, like, in place in this picture. Almost like he put down the tray and then started, like, strangling him.
There was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
Pretty sure it was tomato juice.
I'd come up with some kind of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. So proof that I think we can dodge the blow on this one for now. Proof, huh? Oh, okay. So I just showed that it was left in the room. Oh, wrong one. God, that was slow. Mr. Powers. Yes. You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? So as soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But isn't it really suspicious? Isn't he really suspicious? You got all those stitches and...
So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Wow, this is going places right now.
Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. Looky. Hi, I'm back. Hi, back. I'm Hannah. I had to go by Toblerone. Unless they're coming out of a room after delivering room service. Well, that's what I was just thinking. Everybody bite into the Toblerone at once. I'm just thinking about how it tastes. Time to just bite away the food. What's a Toblerone? Is that Beans? Dorcas? Beans, is that you? What's a Discord? I literally just bit into it. Oh my god. I'm gonna eat some now. Shh. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Carter's. Don't eat the foil, Hannah. Liquid inside the juice. The glass is tomato juice. Now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner. It's weird how I'm defending the bellboy here. Like, I don't... Then we can clearly see that there's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. Ooh, beans, nice. Hi, having one with AA? I am. I mean, Maya's not. But I am. Last time I checked, I was human, thank you very much. Every time I say nutty chocolate. That's not nuts, is it? Is it nuts? Wait, what's in this thing? Now you're making me question things. Swiss milk chocolate, honey, almond. Oh, there's almonds? Crazy. I didn't know this had almonds in it. I was like, yo, what's this tasty thing? I mean, it's almond nougat. Oh my god. Wait, that's the table end? Oh, okay. I'll fight you, Dorcas. Well, unless you're being 100% honest in that regard, I am very sorry. A+ channel content, thank you. You know me. The greatest content is me biting into a Toblerone, apparently. Just brought this to Mr. Corridor's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Ugh, boy. That would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Oh, but can you prove that Mr. Corridor was already dead at the time? Oh, Mr. Roth. Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry. Every time I see the I just feel like I need to say it ridiculously. Wings, how do you love Toblerone but didn't know it had nuts in it? I thought it was just tiny little, like, chewy tastiness. Okay? Like, it doesn't, like when you melt it and you have Toblerone with it, you're like, what's this tiny little chewy thing I'm chewing on? It tastes like something squishy. It doesn't, like, feel like the texture of it, because it says almond nougat, okay? Which obviously means it's a nugget, not an almond, which means it doesn't taste like an almond. I don't eat a lot of almonds, okay? I don't know the taste in an almond very well. What? It was always like, tasty crunchiness. Like, I didn't know. Yeah, I just read the name on the packet. Backwards. Good job. What? What is with him? Why is he laughing?
Witness, isn't there one more thing you'd like to share with us?
What is this hairdo? I'm having a nightmare with this hair today, apparently. If I just... that feels better. Kind of.
Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, almost forgot.
Huh? What?
That bellboy who was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys didn't wear gloves like that, alright?
Black leather gloves?
Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind.
Ugh. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy was wearing black leather ones too. So, a football's made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? Oh, twice in one... twice.
Cool. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant.
Where's the tissue?
We see leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I didn't think that even someone like myself could believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest?
Oh yes, please tell us more.
Okay. Well, we're successful in dragging it out. Good job, Edgeworth.
After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy up and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom, went back to my seat.
So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went next one to the defendant's room. Can we all agree that this sounds like the sloppiest assassin in history? He's like, I have a history of assassinations and blah blah blah. He sounds like a horrible assassin. Like, literally in a public place, gets seen by multiple people, and even, like, almost incriminates his client by visiting after going to the thing. He's a horrible assassin. This does seem pretty sloppy, yeah. Like, escape out the window. Go along the roof or something, you know, plan stuff beforehand. And he just turns up in the room, chokes him, and leaves, because that looks like that's all that happened. Like, horrible. Thumbs down. Even meets up with the client in public where they can easily be looked at. Stupid move. Very stupid. Come on, guys, you need to watch more murder mystery shows. Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident. It's by accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heavens.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Their second meeting. This just seems like a lot of, like, filler in. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just like, okay, cool. I already know this. But is that what you saw? I mean, maybe it just feels that way because we already know that, you know, we know the whole story, so a lot of this just kind of feels like jargon. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be poor, underpaid action star, but even I would stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all of this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye. I was so sneaky spy-like.
New spying.
Please, does it really matter if he's doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. Gave something to the person inside the room.
Oh, well. I said hold it.
Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that?
Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about this something. You gave something to the person?
Yeah.
And what was this something?
If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I? Was surprised that something was removed from the crime scene. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try and remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Oh, so he gave the person inside the room the thing?
Where does bellboy go after he left Mr. Onguard's room?
He opened the door to the fire hole. Went in there, who knows after that, right?
I do. Oh, hiya!
What? He's back?
What?
And in a tux too?
Yes.
Hello. You're doing a good job. You did it. We got through the week.
Now go get plenty of sleep so we get to go places. The pressure's on. I feel like both of us are just gonna wake up at 10 and be like, whoops. Alright, better roll out of bed and go now.
myself.
Read your book.
Because I'm like, hey, I got a book to read. But then I'm like, I don't know, Chris. And then I'm like, but YouTube. And then I'm like, I could read a different book. My brain doesn't want to make a decision.
That's usually when I just go to video games.
No, but that's not a decision.
What do you mean it's not a decision? It's kind of a
It's an
decision.
avoidance strategy, which defaults as a decision.
Yeah,
That's
great.
not healthy.
What do you think I do?
It's not healthy. You just have such a pretty. Oh crap! I need my medicine.
I was just like, wow, what a nice compliment. Oh, I should take my medicine. Apparently it wasn't a nice compliment. It was just your insanity going.
It's still true. Your head's pretty.
I know.
The neck could do with some work, but your head is delightful.
What's wrong with my neck?
Well, it doesn't make sounds or smile or hear anything. It really is just kind of there.
You're right. My neck should do more heavy lifting.
It should.
It should have ears coming out of it, a tiny mouth that speaks from the sarcophagus. Like,
Yeah.
a whole thing, whole extra
Yeah,
features.
yeah.
Gotta add more features.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But train it.
Have a good night's sleep.
Huh.
You don't want Legends Arceus, do you?
No.
Okay.
We'll never get to.
That's better. Alright. Bye bye. But also Matt was very specific in his instructions, so yeah, you might be able to blame Matt. No, we're blaming him later. For now, we're just wasting time. Back to Moon Bedmas. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or out of ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? You saw something else? That was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some kind of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, oh, sorry. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clear. Though that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Talk about lose-lose situation. Alright. It was this one. Person inside. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Oh, look at arm. And you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah.
I would like to summarize the testimony up until this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Archworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see. I think it was. No.
You remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
I think if I started again, I would say for sure that it was some sort of wooden statue. It was the frog totem. We all knew it. The frog totem has entered the Ace Attorney world. A wooden statue. Do I have anything like a wooden statue in here? The stuffed bear. This thing? Really? I don't know what else we could have been.
What was the point of that pregnant pause?
It's funny you say pregnant pause. I'm pretty sure that was in a... Oh... It's like, I think it was like a Smitty video where it was just like, what's with that pregnant pause? And they're like, yo, what's a pregnant pause? And it's like, it's just a big pause, bro. Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright. You really figured it out. I recall we found this at Matt Onguard's mansion. Yeah, we found it together on one of our dates. I mean, investigations. At the defendant's house. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Jelly the Killer assassinated Juan Carter in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mr. Onguard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Onguard is the Killer's client. Whoops. Order, I say order! Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Ah, I must have forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. Can't let that happen. Have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points left that we have not yet fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Press save, press save, press save. Yo, this music beat jazzin'. It's a wooden bear. It is. I bet it was the thinker. Absolutely. Big thonks. Alright, Mr. Wright, what question would you like to explore further? Powers testimony, the person who received the bear itself. I would like to do the bear itself, but I think the person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. Gave something to the person inside the room. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear. Question. What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then you give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remember who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I also saw his arm, but the arm? It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear. Again, horrible. Like, wow, not even inconspicuous. Like leave the bear in your jacket. Like, pretend it's like a tummy or something. And then, like, sneak in. Oh my god. I almost want to shout at this assassin for doing a shitty job. I'm disappointed, okay? Do better, alright? I mean, don't do better. You've got to be kidding me. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. What? Order. Looks like you've dug your own grave. Yes, okay. How many times is that tableau scout? So the bear who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. As we all know, Matt Onguard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to defense, we've made that all the clearer. What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Oh, I think I'll bring this close. Your Honor! Again, Mr. Wright, we've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. Blah, 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 blah. It's about time you were moved from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little thing will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? The bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is quite questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Onguard's mansion. However, Mr. Onguard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Onguard who took this bear to the mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way time-wise for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Disaster averted. Don't be ridiculous. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Enguard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. The butler. All this time, he was the D-Killer? D-Killer and Enguard were working together, so to speak. And D-Killer was hiding at Enguard's mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Enguard's mansion by D-Killer himself. When it looked like he was about to get arrested, Enguard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad that the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you have been quiet for a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
If we know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who they received from the assassin, everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Enguard. See no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict.
Oh god. I'm so paranoid.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it would turn out like this. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth.
Any lost objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, should I? What should I do? Raise an objection!
Oh no, that's not it.
There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's. Number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason 2, that very same figurine was found at Enguard's mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. Oh no, you're not gonna do this.
What are you saying?
What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is D-Killer's real client.
The real client?
Yes.
Is that all you have to say? Oh, that's right. Let's hear your theory. What do you say is real client?
Are we saying it's Adrian?
Adrian Andrews.
Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt Enguard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai's arm, that's what I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews.
What about Mr. Enguard?
If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this bear figure at Mr. Enguard's mansion
was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either.
Thank you, Edgeworth. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell how Enguard did it. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. Murder! This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Yo, sorry, what? Hi, Daft. So you guys got Maya? Nope, not yet. Maya's still gone. Wait, Andrews was the butler? No. The Andrew... okay, wait. I'm trying to remember how much you missed out on. This is the butler, okay? He's called John Doe, but he's actually Shelley D-Killer, okay? So he led Maya away. He's the one who kidnapped Maya, alright? Andrews, ooh, I just went past her. Andrews is this lady. An intelligent woman who seems to have it all together. Because she doesn't. Yeah. There's more to unfold here. We're slowly... No, the killer was Engard's butler. The butler did it! This is literally the butler did it. Yeah. So what we're trying to do right now is Maya is in the hands of the butler, the Shelly the killer. The guy with the stitches down the center of his face. Because he has taken Maya. Alright. He has taken Maya away and is currently holding her hostage. And the hostage situation is basically, after the occurrence of, like, because he's an assassin, right? He has assassin and is the client. So the assassin always does quote-unquote aftercare, as it said in the last thing. Alright, I wasn't sure how much I missed because I fell asleep halfway through stream. That's okay. I was already admitted to the client to Phoenix during the investigation, but they have Maya Edgeworth. And have Maya. Edgeworth also knows, because Edgeworth is best boy. Yeah. That's basically it. They're holding hostage and would try to draw out the trial as long as possible by saying absolute bullshit about stuff we just already know or stuff that we didn't know. I don't know. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought if it was strange and wondered, why would this criminal want this little wooden bear?
He's right. The killer did especially bring that bear to On Guard right after the way. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it?
Absolutely. I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution pulls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. Who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Andrews. Yeah.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh my god. Come on. Come on, Gumshoe. March 23rd, 11:54 AM. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage, don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? Ah, but I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Andrea. Oh, I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick? Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Here we go. We're gonna switch perspectives. Really strong power. After the entire arc in the first game. Wait. And Edgeworth helping Wright stall? Yes. This trial has the best dynamic between Phoenix and Edgeworth. Hell yeah, it does. It really does. It's been through this whole story and now it's like, yes, cohesively working. I wonder how the third game's gonna go. I guess Francis gonna come back. I think there's a different prosecutor as well in the third one. So Engard was a bad guy. Yes. So every single occurrence before, so every single case before this one, in the last like game and this one, we found out the defendant is actually like innocent. Okay. But this is like the first one where it's like, actually the dude's bad. Oh, Mr. Nick! Your phone is on! It's from Gumshoe. Come on, Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there?
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, Pearl?
Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto.
Phew, that's good, Pearl.
What about you? Anything yet?
Have you
figured out where to kill her, Myra?
We still don't have any leads, but...
What? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all of our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent! Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now?
There's only one, pal. The Very Big Circus.
Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold a sec, pal.
The power of spirit channeling.
Draw a circle on the map around a 300-foot radius of the main tent. Hurry.
And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe! There's also a mailbox!
Okay. What else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so?
An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, so pal?
Just, yes. Looking up with your eyes all the way up for 15 seconds gets rid of sleepiness and improves focus for a little bit. For a little while. I mean, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that in the sense of that I feel like I've done that before. Like, I'm kind of just like looking around and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Don't mind me, I'm just fixing my... Just... Something rattles in the earpiece. Or like, you can hear. Oh, of course my microphone doesn't pick it up. Shh. Yeah, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry! Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya is rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit.
Okay, I just wanted to say, I like your Edgeworth voice. Thank you. I like to think it's pretty, like, fancy, you know? That's how I think of it, at least.
Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand.
Like, a lot. Should I stop doing the voice now? I'm kidding. I don't know, like, it's one of those things. I need to watch the anime, see what voice they do for the Edgeworth in the anime. But yeah, no, I think it's definitely one of the best voices I have for some of these characters, because some of them I'm just like, I don't fucking know, like. And then Gumshoe, it's just like, huh, I'm goofy, like, that's kind of what I do for that. And then obviously Phoenix is just my voice, so. Bees.
Currently, the witness is accused of tampering the obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
Oh no, she's female. Oh, she's female, Edgeworth's voice.
I understand.
Very good. Like, every time it just makes me laugh. Yep, it's on point. It fits him so well. 10 out of 10. Thank you.
Very good. Now,
sorry, it was just funny being like 10 out of 10.
Very good, very good. 10 out of 10, I may say. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Where the fuck did I just click? Oh my god. Okay, I just clicked Steam, apparently.
Of course I have.
You've sued her before.
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets?
Why does she... I will fight you, window. No comment. 11 out of 10. Why are you no commenting? Okay, well, what are you doing? What's going on? Bont's like, story time.
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle.
With the secret note inside of it?
If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. As its center, it's a small cavity with just enough room to store a single item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bag. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, it looks like it can be deceiving, wouldn't you say? Agree? I can't read, apparently.
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Beep 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 beep. How do you know this? A puzzle?
That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart, and how would you go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arm and the legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting.
He's just fiddling with the tiny toy at his desk, like, ooh. I don't like the voice at all, lol, but that's okay. Oh, okay. Paradox. Paradox! Judge has a new hobby. Let's go. I'm definitely the type of person that I feel like would be like serious, like judge, and then there's just like my collection of plushies behind me. What am I saying? That's basically me right now. There's Pikachu. I mean, you can't finger where this right there. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. So funny to watch.
Oh, don't mind. Go ahead, carry on.
I think he's lost it.
So what do you find after you turn it?
And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you.
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan.
So it's a present from Miss Andrews.
Witness, please continue with your testimony.
This judge definitely has a shelf full of plushies at home. Let's go. No judgment, because he is the judge, and let's face it, it's pretty heckin' cute. So who exactly knew how to open this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at it with what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken.
What? Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone, and as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
2 of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. OnGuard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What is inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness. Yes. You are the only one who can open this. Please.
There's a painful silence. All eyes are on Miss Andrews right as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? Looks like a note.
A suicide note.
I don't think we need to guess on what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note.
The suicide note left by Juan Corda's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim Juan Corda himself.
Good man.
It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely a note she left right before she committed suicide.
Oh my god, I just realized the Pokemon are repeating chat messages, lol. Yeah, we are the Pokemon. Become the Pokemon. It would be funny if one was just another name for a D-Killer. What? Your Honor, this bear contains Toblerone. Yes, it does. Switzerland, it's beige with red pants. What? What is that relevance? They're not emojis, huh? Yeah, no, emojis cannot be processed. If only. I don't think you can get it too. Not to my knowledge. I'd have to Google it. It's even the best part of the Pokemon. What? What are you saying? Look, they can jump. Aqua Pistol. What? What have you done? Oh, that's right, you're right, Aqua Crystal. Like, shoot! Ekin... Or they spell the name of the emoji. E. How you usually write it, not the picture.
What? Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Miss Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. Why do we need a conversation about that?
Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of this note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste left to us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by Arngard, about being engaged to Corridor and Guard's role in destroying her, and about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. Wait, we don't get an actual description of what happened?
That's all Mr. Impax had to say.
I was really hoping a more, like, Dear Diary. Fuck this shit, you know? But apparently that's just a summary. I guess it would be too serious a game if it actually wrote it. Maybe? I mean, I would argue this is a kid's game, but I'm not 100% certain about what is the rating for this game? Is there a rating for Ace Attorney? Give me a second. Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney. Phoenix Wright. Rating. No, I mean, sorry, age rating. Kid reviews for Phoenix Wright. Wait, kid reviews. Age rating. PG-12 for moderate violence and mild offensive language. What about the second game? Hold the phone. What's the second game? Justice for All, right? Who is that? Hi, Cos. Thank you for the 10 bits. Please don't end it all. You're nearly at 700 wings. How did you know I was 700 years old? You don't tell people a woman's age. Can't believe you say this. The contents of this game is suitable for persons aged 12 years and over. It contains non-realistic looking violence towards human characters, violence causing minor injury. Yes, but discussions on suicide? Sure. Yeah, sure. You know what? Sure. Whatever. Just don't question it.
There's one thing I would like to say. Cookies.
Okay. Weird.
The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ongard.
But what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the pub known to public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Matt Ongard values, above all else, is refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public.
Y'all, yeah, you're going to jail now. Did I violate the lore? I played it when I was 11. Yes. I'm sorry, it's the end for you, Purple. You did your best. But if that's the case, I'm going to get arrested too for playing The Witcher 3 before I was 18. Shh. Shh. Wink wonk. Age rating in games is always only a suggestion. I thought we were all equal now and I meant followers. What? Are you planning to play the next game as well? Yes, but not immediately. So May is my Zelda month, and I'm gonna be playing Zelda for the whole next month, which means I have to wait until June before I get fan fiction recommendations. It's sad. Enjoy your 15 years. Wow. Sure. Okay. Yeah, so I have to wait until I get bored of Zelda games, basically, for next month. We'll see how next month goes. I'm intimidated. Look, I can give you Rex before that. Oh, thank God. Okay. Oh, I can live. Thank you. That's all I'm waiting for. Witcher 3 has booba. You're going to jail for that. Okay, listen. Yes, but I didn't, like, there's not a lot of booba, okay? It's just, like, passive booba. You know, you're walking around, you walk into a bathhouse, and there's booba. Like, you can't do anything about that. It's like how you can play The Witcher 3 on stream, because, like, nudity is a natural part of the game's process. It's not, like, being explicit on purpose. Witcher 3 is overrated. So is Skyrim, and I still want to go back and play it. I have a problem. I hope Starfield is good, otherwise I'm going to keep playing Skyrim and just crying inside and wondering about when Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna come out, but I know it's gonna be trash because Bethesda is just so disappointing. Anyway, did y'all hear that heckin' Xbox and Bethesda showcase announcement on the 12th of June? Hopefully we'll actually see something about fucking Starfield then. Makes me angry. Especially Phoenix, Wright, or Model Zushi, okay? Yes. Both to yes. Just both. Always. Both. I will read them all, okay? No matter what you say. Unless you pass me one and I'm like, already read it. Because that also happens. Skyrim is damn fun. What? Skyrim is damn fun. But it's 11? It's 11 years old now. 11's right? It was like 2011. Yeah, it's almost 11 years old, okay? Almost 11 years old. And I'm still waiting for Elder Scrolls 6. Listen, Bethesda, let's have a conversation. Fuck you, Bethesda. I've been waiting all this time. Do you understand that within the amount of time I've had to wait for Elder Scrolls 6, we have had 3 Dark Souls games, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. You piece of shit, okay? Give me Elder Scrolls 6, okay? I have a problem. I don't care about Fallout. Fallout sucks, okay? okay? Yeah, I'll say it. I don't like Fallout. Give me Elder Scrolls. Anyway, what's going on? Sorry, I'm getting way too casual. Booba is it just happens, exactly. May you die in Zelda many times. I wouldn't die in Zelda. What do you mean? Psh, I'm a pro, unless it's Majora's Mask, because that's going to be terrifying. Okay, sorry. I played Skyrim, but can't remember much other than the two main conflicts. Honestly, can't blame me for that. It's a great game. I honestly would play it right now. Because I keep thinking about it and I'm like, I want to play it again. My brain's like, why? It's not like, I've played it that, I know I'm going to turn it on, play it for 2 hours and then be bored and then go to bed. Thank you, Dorcas. If it's not Powerpuff Girls Fighters 2, I'm not interested. I've been waiting 20 years since PS1. You're right. Ridiculous. Focus. All right. I'm just saying. I'm hoping that Starfield would be good. I know I'm going to buy it either way, unless it looks like a complete piece of trash. You know, like No Man's Sky, which I thought about buying and never did. And if it's trash, I'll just play and buy the Outer Worlds instead, because fuck you, Bethesda.
Which is why I just don't. Yeah, I read that. Okay. At any cost.
Do. Do I get to read it? It's Onguard's fault, and this time, he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from feeling that.
How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lowers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no more room for doubt here.
Oh, okay, I can't. Okay.
Mr. D. Killer's client's goal was to obtain the suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. And let's not forget that the bag with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. Well.
Yep, I'm in the same boat as well. Internal screaming. Dudes, can we just have release dates? Video games, I don't care when it is. I just need more release date information. I need to know when's Hogwarts Legacy coming out? When's Pokemon coming out? When's this game coming out? I just want to know release dates. I'm going insane here. I just need release dates. And we already know the release date for Starfield because it's coming out 11 years to the date of Skyrim, which feels like a big middle finger to Skyrim, but here we are.
The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. She deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to hurry and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. Gavel's already in the judge's hand. Hurry, Phoenix. Save. Wait, save. I don't know which one. Wait, let me think. He's still going at it? It's like he doesn't care at all. I think Your Honor believes that Matt Ungard killed in order to obtain this note.
Yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. Did I do it right? This note was hidden by Mr. Corridor until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt Ungard could not have known that this was written on this note. Might have known what was written on this note. Oh.
Oh, I didn't think of that, sorry.
Neither did I. Silk Song, yeah, sequel of Hollow Knight. Nah, that was because the game is paused in an intense situation which makes the big pause a horrible, painful cliffhanger that eats away at my soul. Are you okay, Dorcas? Do you need a hug? Almost told me to get a 40-pound game because I have Because I have too much money, lol. Yes, I want Silk Song. I am willing to watch Silk Song. I've never played the first one. Then paused, so I'm good now. Oh, okay. Sorry, man. I know what's going on. Well, I don't know what's going on, but I basically know. It's just gonna keep dragging on. Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said.
Order. You made a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well in that one. Fortunately. I think he believes differently.
I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Everybody, a round of applause for our people. Yes, good job. Good job, Phoenix Wright.
Aw.
Little Ven seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself.
Ah, yes. True masochism at its finest.
I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is it?
It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
You need Silk Song when you have the Silk Road Down Under light web. What? What? No. Oh yeah, I meant watch. You can watch it. Hell yeah.
Spying.
What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. No. He took it from you, remember?
Matt On Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. The victim, Juan Corridor, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt On Guard.
How? Is this how Japanese courts are done? Or what the fuck? No, this is just Ace Attorney. Estantia, go! She knows the description. No, I shouldn't put that on you, Estantia. If my memory serves me right from when Estantia said it, at one point in history in Japan or America, I keep forgetting, there was a time when to speed up the processing of, actually no, was it French Revolution? Now my brain's saying it was the French Revolution. To speed up, because there were so many people getting accused of crimes and stuff like that, to speed it up, they made it that a person had to be judged, like, guilty or not guilty within a 3-day span. So most of these games go across the idea of, like, we have 3 days, aka 1 investigation day and 2 trials, I think? And then we have, like, the afternoon of the second, after the second trial, and then thing, to, try and get the person exonerated and find who the true culprit is. There we go. Bro, I'd be fine with Silk Sword still not having a release date and whatever, but that's literally no news, no information whatsoever, nothing. Can we all talk about how cool Coral Island is, because it's doing a great job of constantly posting updates to the game, and I love it. As someone, like, you know, like, I could do social media managing, right? I don't think I should be allowed to because I don't think I have enough experience, but it's one of those things where, like, I want to cry at just how badly something like Starfield is doing, but then look at this indie game where the people are like, here's the dev library, like the dev update, you know, being like, this is what we've fixed, this is more of the stuff we're working on, and you sit there and you scream and you're like, you're doing such a good job, I love you. Okay. Because of the game series, people went, what the fuck? And there was actual reform in the Japan legal system because of these games, highlighting the issue. Wait, because of this game, really? Yeah, it makes sense, because this is dog shit proceedings. Ah, Starfield. Daft just sits back with his wine in his hand, just...
Ah, Starfield, yes, yes, I remember, quite so, what a piece of trash it will be. And we're like, what, how do you know this stuff? And he's like, I'm from the future, obviously. I don't know why I've given you Edgeworth's voice, but I need alcohol. What game? The original trilogy, I believe. And then they made more games.
Order, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe bug sweeper. I love that. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found in this camera.
Ashton God's fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. OnGuard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got it. He got me good this time. Because I feel his love in my heart. The OG trilogy spans from 2001 to 2004, so that makes sense. No, I meant what game with the great devs showing their updates. Oh, Coral Island. Are we gonna have a small divert? Go into Steam, my dude. Or go into the Twitter, if you want. Either one works. There is a game coming out called Coral Island. It had a huge Kickstarter that raised, I want to say over $1 million, but maybe it wasn't quite $1 million, to make that game, and it's supposed to come out this year. It should be coming out on alpha or beta. Beta? It should be coming out on beta about fourth quarter of this year or something or so. Hopefully. Hey, now that's what you think. Mommy, is that man gonna kill the guy? Shush, stop, don't look at him. Who's bringing their kids here? Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? Well, I'm thinking about I'm thinking about escaping to the Caribbeans. Living a nice cheap life there, you know? Living off the land. What am I gonna do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? Yeah, there you go. On mobile, lol. You can go on mobile. You give me wine and make me sound refined. Wrong on both parts. You should damn well know I don't sell refined. Okay, I'm sorry. I revised my statement. Okay. Wait, what was the statement again? Ah, Starfield. Ugh. Oh, that piece of shit. I waited 11 long years for a good fucking damn Bethesda game. And what did I get? A piece of shit. A piece of baloney. I've been waiting for Elder Scrolls 6 for 11 years. And I don't get it for at least another 3. Did you know they announced that fucking game in 2018? It's all fucking lies, I tell you. This is bullshit. I'm gonna drink my pain away. Okay, is that good enough? Much better. All good. Okay, just make sure. Yeah, I got that game on wishlist. Good. Deliberately spilling water down my chest. What am I gonna do? I know it might seem like Estedra is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it here? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. The bear? What is happening? Something he should investigate. I'd really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? That's what I'm wondering.
Right, I think the time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections?
What's talking about? I can't figure out what it is. I need to look, or should I just let it go? Let it go. Let it go. Elder Scrolls 6 probably has too many bugs to be playable. Maybe they're just spending those years to fix most of the fatal bugs. You know what? I would argue that maybe they're just making an ultimate super deluxe Elder Scrolls 5. Because we all know that's what's actually happening. They're just gonna take all of Elder Scrolls 5 and just retexture it again. And then it'll be the exact same experience, but different, obviously. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. We're so desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. You're quoting Mia. Hey, isn't that what I just said? Yeah.
You're telling me that I forgot something.
You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. The spy camera? The transmitter?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, I do believe something special. Examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter.
Whoops. Or did you use some of the code because same glitches in all games? I know, right? Apparently Starfield is using a new engine that some ex-devs have called not dev-friendly. Ah, yes. Not to mention they're supposed to be doing like really like photorealistic like characters by the looks of it, which sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, just put a texture pack on Minecraft and it becomes Minecraft Remastered. Yeah, exactly. Just play Minecraft, guys. We could turn Minecraft into Elder Scrolls 6 by the time that Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. I'm gonna save again. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. The bear? Oh my god. Elder Scrolls 6 Blocky Edition. Let's go. You were hovering on the correct option for a while and then veered off it. Oh no. What else haven't you been able to take a good long examination of? Lotta's camera. Fuck, I have no idea. Celeste's photo? I know I looked at this one a lot as well. So my brain's like, I don't know which one I was hovering over. What date? Because you haven't had it long enough to look at, or in fact, in your hands at all. Suicide note?
That is Ms. Impact's suicide note, right?
Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside the bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed.
Oh.
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Ms. Empax or not, that has yet to even be remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting.
Mr. Wright.
You are saying that the suicide note is a fake.
Ms. Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ongard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear?
How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever.
But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it.
What?
Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. I feel sorry for Adrian. We're just taking her for a run. You wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could do it to frame Matt Ongard.
I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory.
Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of the proof lies with you, the prosecution. Good one. A times 47. Shit, I don't know how to do that. Feel strong, man. Alright.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
As the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed.
But Bruce, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
Impossible? That's impossible.
Since a good Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis. My butt, that's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. God is guilty. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. It's the noise. It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe?
Whoa.
What is with him? What's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to Tequila?
He got away.
What?
Sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides sorry. Wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them were already gone.
It's terrible.
Gotta keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time.
What? Then tell me we don't have any more. Guilty, guilty. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and...
Oh, what is it?
Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
I can't do that.
Mr. Wright, could you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Yes. Alright, sorry. Alright.
Mr. Edgeworth, please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying...
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but...
I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend some proceedings until tomorrow.
this time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Objection. Please wait, Your Honor.
Edgeworth?
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of your Honor's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence within that time.
But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honor.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for.
God damn it, Edgeworth. Please, Your Honor.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
Well, the court will now take its final recess of the day.
March 23rd, 2:04 p.m.
Right, well, what's going on with my situation?
The killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time. Such a good boy.
Report!
I like that even he's shouting at him now.
Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out.
Right. Looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer had left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things?
Can we just use any of them as evidence?
Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over.
Really?
That's odd. Any items that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
I don't have that sort of crud. Wait for you guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swept the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now.
Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
My hunk of junk car, I'll say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
Alright, just get in here in one piece.
What a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
Items left by the murderer. Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Did he fucking crash? No! No, 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 no.
Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me.
No one can stop me. What happened?
It sounds like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well.
What was he thinking? We've gotta hurry and call for help.
But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken. He wasn't driving a patrol car, so there was no radio. Also, if we don't get to those items, well, they do. The police will take possession of them.
No, we can't let that happen.
Well, if there's a way, we will find out where he is. Then we stand a chance.
No, Gumshoe. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Wait. I don't know what's happening in this game anymore. That's right, there is a way.
What? How?
I'm sure we can find out where Detective Show if we use this. The radio transceiver? I don't want to get this wrong. I don't want to get this wrong. Looks like Gumshoe, desperate plea, Edgeworth. Court is in session. Hangs up. Uh-oh. Oh god. I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to get it wrong. I know, I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. Oh, I'm so worried. There is a way, then present Franziska von Karma's profile. What? In recess, say there is a way. Franziska. Remember the ear destroying noise? No. What? Oh, you're right. No fucking way.
Why are you bringing up Franziska at a time like... Oh, I see. I'm trying to get her in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have.
Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm putting the guilt onto someone totally innocent, and even the evidence to do so. Might be my turn to say, defense attorney. Phoenix Wright shoots his death.
Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided.
Verdict? Prosecutor Edgeworth here.
Yes, bailiff.
There is a phone call for you, sir. They said it was an extremely urgent.
I'm probably finished with handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
Steal your car. I honestly thought it was steal his car. God damn it, Edgeworth. How do you know? Edgeworth, how do you know she bugged him? Franziska. TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. God. Oh, God. It's just heckin' going places. March 23rd, 2:35 p.m. Come on, Franziska.
Fort robbery could be nice on both sides already.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why are you worried? Look at him. He's equally as worried right now.
I understand.
I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's nothing, Your Honor, obviously.
What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Pax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery.
No way. I think that is are you fucking kidding me face? True. Can lawyers just talk about the case like this? Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know why you're questioning it. So did Edgeworth know about the Maya thing before the phone call in court? Yes. Oh, yeah, LeBron said it. I think they're not really supposed to. Usually the idea is that you keep that sort of stuff very confidential and in private conditions, but no more.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself, it is a fake.
Order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? This was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corridor.
What a heckin' plot twist. Mr. Corridor. Well. Looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard.
However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed fake, Mr. Ungard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged.
I mean, I guess that's true. But like, damn.
Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
His theory that On Guard has no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little off. Defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known that it was fake. I'm deliberately incriminating him right now, aren't I?
What is this little thing again called?
A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier, you claimed that Mr. OnGuard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. OnGuard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Not necessarily, because it sounds like Juan might have written it. Made it look like it was Impact's note. And hid it and didn't tell. Didn't tell the Lady Adrian. Save? Yeah, I'll save. Yeah.
So the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. Prosecution's theory as to what Mr. OnGuard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. OnGuard monitored Mr. Corridor 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. OnGuard didn't know of.
Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? I mean, they would have heard or seen him doing it. It's not like he knew he was being spied on. Yes, but also remember, I think again, this. Set to record the victim's room from 8 PM for 1 hour. It was running at the time of the murder. I don't really know too much more than that.
Oh, now, Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Oh, as you figured.
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. OnGuard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual.
Edgeworth stuttering? It's not like him at all. Old bag?
Unusual, what sort of witness is this person? What sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the questions of who was it that hired Shirley DeKiller to commit murder.
It's impossible. Who such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty?
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is the witness?
It's
Yes.
Go on, who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shirley DeKiller.
Oh, Mr. DeKiller. Oh, what? Shirley DeKiller? Oh, you mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this alright with you?
Do I have a choice here? I don't really do much else to drag this trial out. Save again, just in case. Yes, there's no objections, Your Honor.
Wonder if it really is alright to do this.
Very well, then the prosecution calls its witness to the stand.
Edgeworth, is there no way left to us?
Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please.
Very good, sir. Sorry, my brain was just... That sentence was like, I'm gonna say this in a very specific accent. And it's like, okay. Oh god, I don't know what voice I gave him. It's not like he knew he was being fed on. Yeah, but Edgeworth said that he had more than one, no? Yeah, which is also confusing. My name is Shirley DeKiller. I'm a professional assassin.
Alright, so, what is going on here?
Your Honor,
How come you remain so calm, and what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court.
So, this must be what the urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley DeKiller.
I understand. Please, wait a second. Maya screams. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya!
Voice, Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything about this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller.
Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events.
No, you're just behind on the turn of events.
Well, doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
That would be...
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Cordo, is this correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Cordo.
Now that we have answered this, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream.
Shelley DeKiller. What is he gonna say? Oh god. There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. Why am I doing this voice? I've been doing so much Edgeworth, my brain's just like, what voice did I give him? I feel like I gave him kind of, not Edgeworth, but just kind of like a casual, kind of like... I don't know. Whatever, we're just gonna... Give him a butler voice. Oh, I need to sit straight for that. Can I do? To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give in the name of my client. God, important thing to note. This assassin is honorable as fuck and values trust, says the killer. I'm gonna save again because my brain's just reeling.
Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I never say he seems to be mocking us.
Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust between what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. No, you know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome.
That is why you're testifying in this manner.
This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the DeKiller name so my clients may trust me. What? But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, and if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly...
That's enough. Please no more.
Very well. It was only hypothetical anyway. Sorry, short break. I just need to stand up and walk around for a moment. I don't think my body's happy with me. Okay, good. I can go pee. Don't worry, dude. I got you. Because that's obviously why I needed to stand up. Yo, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna say win. Hey, hope you're going well, dude. Got hair just poking out of the back. Yes, indeed. I'm a lady and prefer she, her. Oh, good. Good to know. I will try to remember that. I do have a tendency to say dude a lot though, but I will try to refrain if that is requested. Even if I say it unconsciously. Sorry, my Discord thing's not up. Shh. This is the second time I've been caught out in 2 days. Shh. Nothing's happening. Shh. Shh. Dude is fine, my dude. Good. This is definitely... Alright, dude. Shh. Let's dude it up, dudes. Let's dude the dude to our doo-doo-dee. Yeah. My fault. She's on the Twitch writer group. Is that a thing? What's that mean? I've never heard of this. Okay, now it should work. Theoretically. Oh god. Shh. Shh. Please, no one ever talk about this. Where's the D on my keyboard? I'm sorry, obviously ASD is just gone from my keyboard. Yeah, no, okay. No, you got it. Alright, just ignore me. Alright. Oh my god. Okay, alright. What are we doing? There's a group of people who write on Twitter. What's with the laugh at the end? Ciscord sounds sus. I mean, it sounds like cis. Because it's our sister. It's the sister chord. And they have a Discord. So I can write, so I can chat writing to people now. Hell yeah. I'm in your Discord. Welcome to the chaos, which is our Discord. I say chaos, it's pretty chill. It's like good vibes, and well, relatively good vibes, and it just exists. It mainly just exists. Sometimes there's a really long conversation, and sometimes we just talk about other things. Did you see my thing about the Tumblr post? I don't know if you saw that, if you scrolled up and saw that, but I just like, there was a Tumblr post where it had like a bunch of like pictures and stuff, and I was like, I love how everyone in the cultivator worlds are like, Lang Wanji hates the Yiling patriarch. Meanwhile, Lang Shichen just, dear diary, today my brother was shamelessly propositioning Wei Wuxian again. When will this nightmare end? Just so good. I don't know why there's something so funny about people being like, oh, when will this nightmare end? I like those sort of jokes. Get in the Discord. Your base has belonged to me. Come talk to me. I dare you. Other people in chat. When will the nightmare end? The Discord, hell yeah. Now I want to keep looking at the Discord. Oh my god, my body keeps hating me. How do you guys like your Bloody Marys? Regular or spicy? I just ordered the Bloodborne boss. What the hell is that? Don't even questions. Oh my god. Body just wants to be upset with me. Yeah, I'm gonna be talking way too much to be able to have a conversation. I'm sorry. minimizing things, don't mind me. We were doing stuff. Oh shit, okay, we understand, so please tell us the name of your client. What was I doing? I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ugh, the egomaniac. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. I'm not his therapist. Sprinkle positivity. So probably weren't you can hear anything you have. We can hear everything you have to say. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on.
Well, because this is one witness you can't imagine, Mr. Wright.
It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. Haven't I pressed everything? Hold the phone. I thought I pressed everything. Trust between you and a client, provide man is the best efficient. It's created my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be troublesome. This matters matters, because it matters. This is okay. About to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. Doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
Their role?
This person tried to implicate another of the crime. This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. Are you trying to say that you're about to say Andrian? In order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
You who gave you the right to be so high and mighty.
To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? I'm sorry, what?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything.
Judge had better watch himself. I've done everything, right? Did I miss something? You partner or affiliate? I'm just an affiliate. Been affiliate for almost 3 years? 2019? Yeah, almost 3 years. I'm looking at the walkthrough. Shh. Press on the second statement. Press on the third statement. Now press on the second statement again. Then press the newly statement. Okay, so second 232. Okay. God, no wonder I was confused. Alright, I did 2. Okay, so 2 again. Just between you and your client. First, a discreet assassin. I was wondering what... I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. You're an assassin. I'm so confused. But also, this is important to solving the case. Know this guy's motivations for later. Okay. Do you have a degree in bird law? Harvey Birdman. Attorney at law. Sounds very familiar. I'm well versed in bird law. Ah, Labont! I didn't know that. Good on you. Was it Andrews? No. And that's why you feel you can portray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, already.
In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is the reason I'm here. What? Now then, I do believe it's about time I reveal the name of my client, don't you? Oh god, I'm so worried. Come on, Maya.
What is this?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness.
Reads my mind.
What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corda?
That person's name is...
Oh my god.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
What? Witness? That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What?
Had a feeling.
This can't be. On the phone earlier.
What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back. Sure, in order to get an audience with the court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps.
This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
Right, you, Shelley DeKiller.
My testimony is the truth. The defendant, at the moment, is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. And that's not what we want. Kind of. Or is it? I'm very confused. Oh. Okay, there's supposed to be three more sections. It's 3 more sections. Oh, I don't have a YouTube link. There's a YouTube, like if you have it on the screen and you have the about page underneath the stream, there's like on PC, sorry. There's like a picture for YouTube and you click that.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all.
No.
With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Madigan is innocent.
I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian.
Oh god. I'm just... Nice. I'm just gonna go to the toilet. I'll be back. Yes. Sorry, I'm just reading shit. Quite amusing. I don't know what that is. You can totally say fuck. I don't know, Purple just said you can't say the word fuck, so I think we're all fucked. Just a little bit. Okay, focus. Try and focus at least. I need to get through this. I have an hour and 13 minutes. Not to mention I have to speak quietly now. Okay. What now? With the way this is going, Engard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah. But Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Engard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the killer is certainly lying under oath.
Wow.
I just want to know who D-Killer is. What the D-Killer is literally D-Killer. This guy. Look, John Doe. No, who the fuck that. This guy. It's fucking creepy as shit. Professional assassin always leaves a Shelley card near his victim's body. I love your hair. What? It's the killer. Wrong. If there were any children here, they would get banned. What? What? What is happening? There are children here, for fuck's sake. If there were any children here, they would have some respect. How do you know? Maybe. Oh, Andrews. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. The testimony just now. It was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake. But that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified he has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you.
Did my phone just go off? Nope. Okay. Just seeing reflections bounce off it.
The knife, the button, dotting the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste, in fact, was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you want revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. No thanks. Gibbleton says no! Stop in the name of the law. Brain, what were you just thinking? Brain, what were you thinking? The walkthrough. I wanted to look at the walkthrough. I don't know why I'm looking at the walkthrough. Okay. I don't know why I was looking at the walkthrough. Maybe didn't want to look at the walkthrough. I don't fucking know. Yes, Your Honor.
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Quest the trial? Oh god, this feels like a very definitive question. Phoenix. Can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Matt Engard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Engard. And even though hello? Winker, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. Illy Muchley. I wish it was Andrews and she had succeeded in framing him. I mean, I kind of wish it was that way to begin with. Let him walk. No way! Even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face that fact. And that is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict now, I'll be betraying his trust. His trust? You mean about how much you love him? Sorry. I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Yes, you do. Stadia. Admit to doing the murder yourself, letting both of them go free. You're right, Con. I should admit that I was the murderer all along. Sprinkle positivity. Defense requests that we allow to further question Mr. D. Killer.
Oh, am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But, the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not just done yet. You see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There is still more evidence to look at. I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Fucking shit. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth previously established connection with Mr. Tequila.
Right away, Your Honor.
How have you been, Con? Hope you're going well, my dude. Trust? I know.
Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About?
All you need from me was the name of my client. What else could you need from me? Well, actually, we could like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about usually done?
What shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. Tequila, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is there any wonder no one likes to go to court? I'm not going to court. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However... oh yeah, that's right, I can't press it. One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the scene of the evidence. Why? My client did it to frame another of the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corridor was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and butter. That act is what I referred to when I had said my client had broken the rules. Yeah, bullshit. Y'all trying to jump for it. Hi, Aram. Hope you're having a good day.
This is a most unexpected turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been considered.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this, do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice here.
Ah, why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. You scrutinize the testimony, then.
Then I'll expose the lies that in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes two of us. I wish we could just be honest with the judge. Like, hey judge, doing this the whole time because Maya's kidnapped?
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end, but I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes. How much is your fee? I see, you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring.
Mr. Wright.
Yes?
You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you?
No, you're fine, sweetie. What? Why do you think something like that? You're
guilty, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You're hereby declared guilty.
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose your name? Just fucking skip over it.
There is no such thing as kill. I don't think there's kill. How can the judge just be this dumb, like, what the fuck? Is this really how Japan run things? No, I think they... It's alright, thank you, yeah. That's good to hear. I'm starting to think we can't trust a killer's testimony. What gives you that impression? I don't have any sort of battle things and to start with because I'm lame and don't know how to do things like that. Yes, they intentionally make the judge kind of dumb so that the other two people seem like the reasonable ones, I guess. I don't think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Ah, yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. Dickle. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Can't see my whale speech. Why are you surprised? Look at the whale. It's massive. Be tiny. Imagine somebody playing this, then going through years and years of law school just to try doing this in a case, and the judge is like, nah, court doesn't work like that. Case dismissed. I'm sure they would figure out through the course of their lore degree that it doesn't work like this, believe you me. You're talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. You try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. I'm going to be the first person to be just gonna... So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services ever. I just keep looking at me like I'm the one here on trial here. From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my client visited the room, all of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. I don't know how it's odd. Go, internet. Fifth statement. Okay. Which is supposed to be this one. I'll do that in a second, once I do these. Why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, filling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That is true. Stand here. I've finally paid for my own sub rather than getting spawned. Standia, thank you for the tier 1 subscription for 12 months, much appreciated. That's quite amusing. Hello, FJ. It only took you 12 attempts. Hey, there were 1 or 2 other people who gifted subs at one point. Wait, I can... Tries to think of name and nothing is coming to mind. Get spawned. What's happening in this chat? You underestimate how dense some people can be. Nah, that happened long before they get to the end of law school. Yeah. Everyone knows you just yell objection, hearsay, and you win every case. Absolutely. Hold it! Now I gotta hold it. See how effective it is? Guys, don't you dare ever... Don't you dare give me a hype train. Close it. Stop. I'm trying to read chat, guys. Nah, I know how dense they can be, but I have a bit of faith the teachers would yeet them from law school before they got to the end. I agree. Look, I wanted the first sub I bought on Twitch to be for Wings. Aww. Thanks, Stadium. I wish I could do the same for you. But mine went to con, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, mine went to con. So, I've known con a lot longer though, so. And Winko, thank you for the tier 1 sub to LeBond, much appreciated. Oi, thanks. And thank you for the 100 bits. Scam train incoming? I knew you would say that after. Why are you counting, Dorcas? Quick, someone give Estantia a higher tier sub. No. That would be so funny. Just to get thwarted.
That is true.
Where did I just click? I'm assuming it was probably done to frame Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? What are you doing? Stop. Concentrate. Concentrate a sec. I'm sorry, Dorcas. Winko, thank you for the tier 1 sub to Stazza, much appreciated. My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my client may... What are you doing? Stop. Bad. It's blue. Con gifted a tier 1 sub to Dorcas. Thanks, Con. Yeah, get bitted. Thank you for the 1 bit. Gee, thanks. Wow, that's the... Oh no, there's a hype train. Ignore the hype train. That scam train has now arrived in the station. No. What's a hype train, lol? Purple, a hype train is where basically if a person gets a certain number of like subs or bits or something like that within a short frame of time, it's called a hype train, and I think you unlock like emotes or something temporarily. I don't fucking get it. You get... I don't know. I've never really understood it. Zoom. No, this isn't on Zoom. Now I can use this. Good, Dorcas. Do it. Set fire. Wait, does that mean I'll actually be a part of a scam train? Absolutely. Give small amounts of money. No. FJ is just mad that there's a train and he isn't conductor. I like that. Everyone who get... Why are you giving money? Stop. Stop. We're just trying to play Ace Attorney here. I'm trying to get to the end of Ace Attorney. I would like to go to bed at a suitable time. I have to be up early tomorrow. Okay? Stop. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Did you follow me yet? No. Was that a discussion? Everyone who gave bits or subs or gifts during a hype train or right before will get a single emote. Oh, there you go. Kibble knows. Kibble understands. I drive the crazy train, Con, not the scam train. Who's stopping you to press buttons though? I'm looking at chat. Fine, I'll stop paying. I'm gonna ignore chat. If that's what you want, Dorcas, I'll ignore chat. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act... And that's all you have to testify. Yes, and I prig that I will never be called to the stand again. Again, as in your plan to continue. I must, as I have yet to finish a person to take my place and become the 4th successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. I'm going to marry Edward. Oh, really not. I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do? Yeah. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. D. Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? when Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room. Your client had no idea that Juan Corda had been murdered.
But how do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
The glass?
Mr. D. Killer's supposedly client thought Mr. Corda had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't this just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Phenomenon?
Is it about time?
No. Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Corda's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
Dorcas told me to concentrate. I'm not allowed to look at chat. Chat is just a figment of my imagination. You are just voices in my head, obviously.
How strange.
No, don't give money. Don't give money. Stop. Stop. Okay. Bad. Don't.
Why is it the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Has it not?
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that with any evidence.
Ah, sorry.
Sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning whether the request was taken.
Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time.
Fuck.
What are you guys doing? You guys got a level 2 hype train. I'm going to annihilate you guys. This is your awesome, sexy female conductor. Okay. Okay, thank you for the 300 bits, dude. You don't have to read everything out loud. This really slows down the stream. Shh. I don't usually have so many people talking, okay? You did it, you mad lad. My god. Actually, I still have 243 of my government bribes left to spend. Dorcas counting down the minutes until the stream ends. Why is there an R in there? What did you do? What did you do to that R? I just imagine you just smashing your keyboard and the R slips in. Is this how you thank people that give you money, Hannah? I'm confused. What are you trying to inflect? Thank you for the 17 bits. Much appreciated, but please stop. Then you better spend it before they take it back. Oh my god. The request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my service on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I made no mistakes. Oh god. Stop. I'm just trying to get to the end of this game, bros. Very clever. Okay, we're almost at the end, guys. Telling us to stop rather than accept it. I mean, I don't have a choice to accept it. Okay.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Star, right. A cross-examination, please.
Kinda wish I didn't quite read all of the segment of this part, but shh, it's fine. It was a little complicated. So I was press this. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with that brief press? Press further. Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
He said not very important. Why he meets his client is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping at my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him, face to face, that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this client as a client.
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright.
Yeah. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of utmost importance.
Oh, really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Please stop. Please stop. Thank you for the 35 bits. Marge Labont. You think I know how to disable notifications? Pfft, don't be a fool. Did he just call Andrews a him? You're very right, Labont. Good job. Good eye. I saw that in the walkthrough. I'm a little disappointed. I probably would have been like, oh, what? Shock Pikachu face. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy? How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley D. Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Well, why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. Oh, okay. About her. So what is the issue? Shocked transmitter face? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look I would have told you that she is a woman. Oh. Broken transmitter. Con, why are you looking at butts? Come on, man. So Andrews was pretending to be a girl? No, that's not the point. The point was, obviously, that he'd never met. He thought Adrian was a male name, because Adrian can be male and female. This presents first eye to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his client when taking their request.
But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Ms. Adrian Andrews.
Amazing.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I agree, see.
Unluckily for Mr. D. Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
Well, what? What is going on? Shelley D. Killer, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow must have mixed up his client with another. Did the wrong voice. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. Ugh, I know he's just going to spit more lies.
Very well, but this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth.
Do.
Yes, now I remember I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Corder and two or three other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the client, I thought saw the mail to be a male. That's completely bullshit.
So he took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. Yes! No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Okay. Obsessing. Okay.
No, let's begin the cross-examination.
Do I want to try and do this section without looking at the thing, but now I'm worried. I need a nap. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients?
Yes, I suppose I
did say that. However, there are some clients for whom waiting is simply not possible. Didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, calm now. Let's stop this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Works on Edgeworth, though. Wink, wink. Alright then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly other.
The teddy bear? Am I supposed to present now? Sir, what do you think? You may say, what do you think? However, I am, for all intents and purposes, a transceiver radio. Oh, that's right, you can't actually see the evidence. Well, I don't think this was one I needed to see. I can hear the pure sound. What? What? Bullshit. What if I push something else? Or is it gonna, like, go to the same end? So you're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once? I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine.
Yes, I see.
What? But Ms. Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing.
Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
Objections and everything. We did something and met him. What about the money? Can we all agree that, like, apparently Mr. Will Powers' testimony apparently means nothing now? I'm looking at the walkthrough. By mail, even though he said he only takes requests by face. I know, right? It's ridiculous. Oh my god, the font. Silky voice. Now I want to hear what he sounds like. Watch the what's its names? Yes, as my soul. Okay. Sprinkle positivity. I'm looking at the walkthrough. Shh. Okay. Two or three other things? Yes. What were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let it slide? Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes. Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Oh, fucking shit. Is this what I'm supposed to do? Oh my god. Okay. Meant to killer is smart enough to know he's stalling by now. Oh yeah. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one. Wait. Oh, this is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. I have to think. Is it worth pursuing? It told me to push further in the walkthrough, so... Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corridor's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just said and test me.
Found this figurine at Mr. Onguard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Onguard, I'm sure.
That makes a lot of sense. Well, Miss Wright, you're being peaceful.
There's a contradiction. So the new statement, one of these was to find. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Go back. One of the. Okay, yeah. So one of these was to find, present. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, guys. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, this... I'm gonna save. Set to present Celeste's suicide note? Don't know how. Shelley did kill her. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside of it. Oh, yeah, okay. This item. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going to? I need to pack a
Suitcase? The answer is yes. Give more hugs to Nightbot. That's good. Nightbot needs many hugs. It doesn't get enough hugs. Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it. For her sake. If even for a single minute that this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order. So that's where you two are going.
By the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means...
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Order.
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I am sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please, gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. Shit. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand otherwise.
What did not, Mr. Wright, are you? Poor boy. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should. We can't do this. We keep this up. Maya, she'll.
Can he read my mind?
The prosecution,
Fortunes come over everyone. Even you are.
The prosecution rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What?
What the fuck is happening?
Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance.
He hates it.
If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. D. Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley D. Killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Engard, would be declared innocent. In this place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews, you're charged with murder?
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant on guard to the stand.
Items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. No, shit. Shit. No, I didn't get the bad ending, did I? No, I don't want a bad ending. From here on, wait. Then, when asked about the guilt of your client, choose whichever option you feel like is best. From here on, you can get either the bad or the good ending to Phoenix Wright. If you see both, go for the bad ending first. Pursue a not guilty verdict. This guide, however, will continue to guide you through the true ending. The true ending? What the fuck? No, I'm obviously gonna go with the guilty ending. Okay. Stop looking it up! Just save the game, okay? I'm sorry. I don't like making mistakes. I didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, this old guy finally decided?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Engard.
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap is just as atrocious, don't you say? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? This is like one of those occasions. Better get Engard a guilty sentence, okay? If I do that, Maya will die. This is like one of those times where if obviously you take the risk and you get the reward for the risk kind of thing. Ms. Andrews will be charged as the murderer. I also don't agree with that. Say he's guilty or not guilty.
Ooh, the red.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement. The person who hired the assassin was Andrew and Agents. Then your client, Matt Angard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you?
Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client is guilty.
I was gonna go for the guilty ending anyway, no matter what.
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Angard, your client deserves an answer.
I am. I'm sorry. She told me to do this. Madame God is... Yes! Francisco von Carmel. Yes! Look at her. She's beautiful. We love her so much. She has a bullet still in her shoulder. You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. I agree.
Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. That's what you call your brother? A von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence herein is in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy, he's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old colt this is.
That's Gumshoes. I can't spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. Fucking shit. Fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside this raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. It's against bird law. Anyone can object now? Yes.
You can't hear me.
Yes. Hello, FJ. Oh, I guess it is Friday, isn't it? I thought that it was Friday. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Montgomery be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
You're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Montgomery, if you please.
Pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somehow among this evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn the whole situation around like a miracle. Sure, is all we can hope for. First item is a pistol. Does the killer pistol have anything to do with this case? No. They're sure that there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please press the next. Okay. That's important. We checked the contents of that tape. Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site.
Gumshoe. I'm so proud of Gumshoe right now.
But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. And the last piece of evidence is the spellboard uniform. Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. How does she know that? There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
What is that?
There is a button missing on this uniform. How is that relevant? What?
A button.
It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. What? It's a button. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. What is happening? Don't you have a bloody button in your evidence? Well, yeah, but it's different, right? Because, give me a second, sorry. Not that. This. There's the button, okay? And then this is the button, right? So that already kind of matches. One of the special buttons is missing. Huh. What the hell was that? That's activated right now? Okay. Holy shit, that scared the crap out of me. Hello, Blurb. I didn't think I had any of that activated, but here we are, I guess. And Winket, thank you for giving a tier 1 sub to Ulysses, much appreciated. Okay. Just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure. Were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley D. Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client.
Yes, that is correct. These 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Volcano. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful, absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I know it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. The first. Make Ungard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Ungard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but it's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Ungard. Killer were to no longer think of Engard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, it's even more impossible. Oh my god. Okay. He's a man who values his duty above his clients and above all else. I know, both of these things seem impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. I really hope I wasn't supposed to push for more questions about the pistol. Making Hannah jump. Always a good thing. FJ. Sorry, rough copy. Okay, sure. The problem is, the judge has already said that it doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side. Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence? The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We've seen all the pieces of evidence. That is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright, this court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance.
One chance? One opportunity?
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
Okay, I'm having an emotional. I'm just gonna make an extra save file. Don't mind me.
Who you think is the right?
That's impossible. To turn the situation around in one try.
One try, that is all I will permit.
I have to try and remember. Everything that has happened to up to this point. Think, Phoenix. Think. There must be a way to save my arm while taking On Guard down at the same time.
I want to look at the walkthrough, come on.
Who would you like to show your evidence to? To Matt, right? Don't. I can do this. Can we hint instead of using the walkthrough? Yeah, you can hint. Go ahead and hint. That's what I usually go of hints. I've just been very reliant on the walkthrough this time around because there's been a lot of moments where it's like, you will get penalized, and I'm like, you know, like it would be like half my penalty points, and I'm like, I'm not okay with that. Especially if I'm completely clueless. I was thinking the suicide note too, because he doesn't know what's on the suicide note, right? That's what I was thinking. Hint, to kill his first estimate, what on guard said to you in the holding cell? Kill his first. Okay, the thing about trust, okay? It's the thing about how he trusts his client. What did On Guard say to me in the set? One is thinking from like 2 hours ago, and the other's like thinking from 24 hours ago. Okay. What did On Guard say in the thing? What did he say? I met up with him, and he had his Cyclops, and wait, it sounds like Cyclops, I just realized. Cyclops was showing that he dated Celeste. Wait. Just looking at the evidence. I used the attempted suicide report to prove that he died. What's a suicide note? It's a suicide note report. My insurance. I don't trust anyone. Assassins least of all. Don't overthink it. You got 3 new pieces of evidence. It's my insurance. I do remember that sentence. Maya? Right? No. 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 The recording. That's right. Oh. Okay. Okay. God, fucking, my brain's dead. Oh wait, no. No, wait. Wait, I need to show it to Shelly the Killer, right? I want to show it to Shelly.
I So, now, this card was One Piece. What would you like to show this person?
The videotape. Shit. Or is it the recording? What are his insurance? That would prove that lack of trust. Would it be the spy camera or would it be the videotape? The videotape, right? No. Just use the gun to shoot Matt right now. I like your thinking, Purple. It's the videotape. Stop doubting yourself, damn it. I'm sorry. It wasn't accepted as official evidence, so I was like... Well,
what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing the evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
right. Looks like I managed to convince... Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to the trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I hear you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. Ah! What the hell just happened? Why did I get a Discord notification? Oh, fucking noises. Okay. Scare the shit out of me. No singing wings that will carry us through games of lore and legend, legend and lore. The wings of Exelion. Like a lion that may not rhyme with lion, the wings triumph in the night, doing what is right, or reading a walkthrough. Okay. Wouldn't be Hannah if she didn't doubt herself. Thanks, FJ. Very true. I have no idea how she did that. It's a blurp command. It's a thing that plays alerts. I don't know how it's playing alerts that I haven't agreed to, though. I don't know how that fucking works, but we won't question it. I'm the ghost in a shell. Sure, okay. Well, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me. There was a video camera, hidden at the crime scene. Look at the bear. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews?
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Argard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
Ah, but I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come on, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
You fucking knew that was the basis of all of this. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley DeKiller? Great. It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. Why does that sentence make me think of something? I'm thinking of something else. Anyway, the game! That's the thing with Blurb. You can play anything you want. The ones you set are quick access and for a price you set specifically for them, but that doesn't prevent a viewer to play other sounds. Lovely. I didn't know that, and I'm displeased by that knowledge. What's there to blackmail him about? Everyone knows Shelley is the killer. The tape literally proves nothing. If you remember earlier, he says he wants as little people to know what his face looks like as possible. If a videotape came out of what he looked like, then he would literally be on the run from everybody. You may as well put bounty posters everywhere with his face on it, and everyone know his face, and that means he'd never be able to do his crimes. The true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
Yes.
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
What if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case.
And then, that client would become my next target.
Let's fucking go. The tape is recording of his face doing the crime, which can be submitted to court to imprison him for life. Phoenix might know his face. They can just make the police sketch. They can. And how are there no security cameras in the entire hotel, Elmo? It was in a private room. You can't put a camera in a private room. You know how many people get dressed in those rooms? It's a hotel, for goodness sake.
For the honor of the D-Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
Nice.
Oh, I see. That's all I wanted to know.
So the traitor becomes D-Killer's next target. Must we kill him? Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. You didn't realize what you were doing? Mr. Wright. Yes?
My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item! Praise Jesus. Why, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of, I don't quite know what just happened there. Miss Vodka, where did that?
She always has you in her sights.
That's concerning.
Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down our verdict.
Oh, he's sweating now, you piece of shit. Mr. On Guard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so bad, you should be happy.
Before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video.
Help me.
Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please.
Is that alright with you, Mr. Wright?
We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape from him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. Plead guilty. Mad on God? Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me, my wonderful self guilty. Even if you got acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run away from your crime anymore. Yeah. Oh. That's not healthy. Oh god, gross. Dude, how sharp are your fingernails?
As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
We? I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard?
I have left Miss Von Carr in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whipped leather right about now. Sounds like a different sort of thing.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime.
Right.
The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
Must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after him. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
Yeah.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved.
Aww. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. Aww, big smiles.
I'm really happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
I'm taking too many screenshots. Shh. Hey, we're at the finale. Hi, Tinko. Oh, why? Pleading not guilty makes for the funnier dialogue, in my opinion. I don't know that. How am I supposed to know? What else did I miss? I was dressed as a butler walking around the hallways and stuff. I was in the lobby too when he talked to Maya. I know. It's ridiculous, I know. Goated case. Being assassinated isn't healthy either. I agree, Con. She's so happy. I know, it's worth it. Hey, we did it, Nick. We intimidated a guy with death threats until into a confession. Yeah. And we never directly threatened on God. Shelley did it all himself. Absolutely.
As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. Everyone here seems to be in good spirits. That is good enough for me. That is all. Court is adjourned.
March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. You were great out there, Phoenix. With the help of walkthrough and chat, anything is possible. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? It's the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all of that to what really important. You now realize that there is something more than just in getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moment before Miss Von Connor arrived with that final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Yeah, so this is the definition between the bad and good ending. Is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices, and then your answer. Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Okay. The truth.
Right.
Edgeworth?
I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really?
Yes.
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? What, I haven't done a voice in so long.
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak on a patrol call.
Oh, Mystic Mile, save! You did, Mr. Nick.
Wow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. Isn't that every kid?
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her, Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
it's not karma.
About earlier. Thanks. Ow. Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You've lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy. I just saved my friend from possible death. How can I not be happy right now? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. I love it. Okay. Yeah, Elmer. Phoenix was like, my worker is done, but he didn't do anything. I didn't help at all, but I'll accept your thanks. Well, that's good, Con. Except a 1 to 2, it wasn't satisfying at all, and the case just ends and you just get to do it yourself. What? What? Did you just say... Wait, this is basically 1-2 where Maya blackmailed Red White into confessing. Fuck yeah, it's over. Dorcas is like, I can go to bed now. Okay, I think I understand. You mean case, like game 1, case 2. I don't remember that at all. Okay, it's been a while. I was like that myself like until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. Your boyfriend. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. That's when I felt like I'd lost everything because of that. And that was when I decided. And then, I fell in love with him. Truly, what a stunning man. Dressed very nicely, if I may say so. And so, I want to say, I love you, Phoenix Wright. Will you marry me? Oh my god, yes. Oh, I mean, it was my turn to sit in the defendant chair. And I was saved by the person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself at defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. This does just sound like a love confession, doesn't it? And then before I knew it... Oh my god! Doubt? Why are you pressing down? I mean, it's true. Damn, I need to play that. Wait, what? Dude, guys. And then before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. Yes. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold in everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one, It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch, but we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
What's going on here? There will be no objections on that day. Oh, flash forward to the wedding scene. Phoenix and Edgeworth get married in the DLC of Spirit of Justice, True and Real. No way. No way. That can't be true. Spirit of Justice? That's a completely different game, right?
The truth?
Yes, and that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? And that's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
God, this really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. So cute. It was years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. And at least that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Is Von Karma?
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. Wow. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma.
He can be a Wright if you like. I'm sure that would be fine. Miles Wright. Doesn't that just sound absolutely right?
And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. I just got through something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Give that to me. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Oh, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she is saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Why? Okay.
Nick. Please tell me I hug her.
Maya! Mr. Maya!
Oh, yes. Aren't they the best family? Come on, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, get in the fucking photo, I swear to God.
Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would.
Can I just say, I'm surprised her first words weren't, let's get burgers.
And on top of that, you rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. Oh, you sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it.
Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're alright.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Yep, there we go. There's the stomach. I knew it was coming.
Oh, right. I think it's time to get out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick. Food. Grub. Chow. I'm starved.
I would be also worried about how much water you've drank. I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. I'm sure Edgeworth thinks the same thing. You think I look like a burger? I'm a primer rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Nick, please.
If you insist.
If you insist.
That's cute.
Alright, so how about we hit our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up the awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast.
Come on, Nick, food!
I need a screenshot. Give me a screenshot with them together.
god. March 20. What time is it? 12:11. My god. The case involves a wedding, but no, they do not get married. It's not a spoiler. Oh, come on. Oh, right. So, you know the bonus scene you get each case? It has the dodgiest lead-in. What? Let's fucking go! Oh, okay. Let's have American burgers on this a traditional American katatsu. Yes. There's a reason a lot of fanfics use Japanifornia as a location. You will be included in the victory celebration, Edgeworth. Hell yes. Wait, March 23rd, 7:38 p.m. Still funny that this is the day of my birthday.
Hey pal, sorry to keep you waiting.
Good to see you're okay. Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
Telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy. Look, my dear old heart was gonna give out on me and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor, don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start looking a lot nicer to him, you might just kick it, tonight even. I'll kick him.
I'll keep that in mind.
Is that a hint? It changed his... It's just a slight hint of like... Well, come on now, everyone gather around. Oh, yes. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Lotta brought herself a new camera.
Well pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go trail down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective.
Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have a very different ending.
Literally.
No, well, you know, it's... Wait, that's odd. When I ran off with the things from Tequila's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
This 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. Oh boy, I tell you. Really, or something else.
What?
Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, now we're double with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? Oh, okay, wrong. You think?
Okay, you should have waited for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared?
Yeah, it's really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had a rough, gal, so where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Million's picture.
You know, I don't know where it went. It's probably in Gumshoe's pocket.
Aw, that's too bad.
Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Oh,
Sure, it's nice to finally see them both smiling again. Miss Von Karma. What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is picking something up.
That's Miss Von Karma's receiver.
Ugh, thanks to her, I had them written.
I had to admit, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Oh, but Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton.
I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait,
What?
I just wanted to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
Yes. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
Feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything else I can give him to express how I feel.
Gives him knife.
The whip.
Just notification that that I am willing to be into BDSM for you. Sorry. I don't know what else I'd give him. A camera. I feel like a camera could be very symbolic, but this one's the thing for the empty camera. The teddy bear. There's a certain mysterious nostalgia to it. Give him the dodgiest thing. No, it really is the wooden bear. The dodgiest thing is correct. Okay. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I'm certainly doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mr. Man!
Yes, Pearly?
I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? Yeah, Mr. Nick, I mean.
Pearl, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. Anyway, so who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone said thank you to Nick. Huh?
Oh yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the wheel.
Huh? Yeah, I got a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It's it better be anyhow for 3,000. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's all on your tab and all.
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it roll out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
What? Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then. If you say so. You take that. If I recall correctly, he's super into the Steel Samurai. I don't think so. Oh, I gotta read this. It really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I'd been living on the edge lately. I mean, I just escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. Would be concerned. Design artist Tatsuro Iwamato.
I'm so happy you could say Mr. Maya, Mr. Nick. I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel's a popular place for honeymooners, so I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case.
How? Background and graphics. Shuichi Muramoto and Koichiro... Oh no.
Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with Chief and he got me reinstated for my sake.
I had a feeling.
You heard he said letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
Good one, Edgeworth. Seiko Takada. Hey, let's go. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. You look like a waitress. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Wonder why they ship these guys. Take that. Masashi Saito.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're here for presentation by Director Hottie.
Recently, yes, that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around, yes.
But I remember,
if I ever laid so much of an eye on her, it would go crack.
Didn't matter if I got whipped though. Yes.
Get out of here, Director Hottie. Being programming
Tadaaki Yamamoto.
It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination. Wait, is that what he said? To let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey Max, it looks like we found Zimbabwe. Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking buddies, even they won't laugh at Mo's jokes. Wow. Programming. Hideki Yatomi and Kazuki Sonoyama. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor. Mo curls represent. Get a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start with this off. Get on with it. Poor Ben. Music and sound effects. Akemi Kimura. What's this Strat? It's just an ordinary electric razor. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? Ah, but it's Etchy Poo's idea. So does that mean it must have a deep hidden meaning? Why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? Ah, it was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and they feel the pain of my heels. Yes, they're going to burn. The fire is very dangerous when they start the scenarios to burn right down to its very heel. Special thanks, Katsumi, Marunage, Naga, and Hiroyuki something. Kumiko Suekane, and Yukari Suwabe. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me. Oh, and that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. Aww. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Aww. Francisca. A sushi inaba. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. You're gonna come back, aren't you, at some point? If you would like to request my services, please go to my... May both be blessed with longevity. Has a self-destruct button, apparently. Shinji Mikami. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures, gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca?
Where are you going, Francisca?
How did you know I was here?
What's this?
That's...
I had you planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that, man, tell me something very interesting.
But I ran off with the things from the...
Yeah, we just had this.
Well, sure, I took 4 things in total.
4 things?
It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francisca.
So many expectations from everyone around me, expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what, and failure, such a thing, is not an option for me. You've failed twice now, so... My father was a genius. There's no way I doubt about that, but me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I even threw my whip away.
Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. You knew something like this wouldn't happen, didn't you? No. I just thought it'd be kinky. Come on. I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. He's the older brother, Miles Edgeworth. I've always hated you.
Love you too, dear sister.
And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat,
Sounds really kinky.
then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. But that was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews.
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma.
Oh.
I'm Franziska von Karma. I don't think I'm gonna walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
Zoom.
Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I will marry you. I'm sure we'll meet again in battle, sorry.
Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece. It's the picture. So I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
So I'm gonna have to wait. Nick. It's on the opposite side. No. God. Franziska finally being her age. She never does, by the way.
No! Don't say that. It's there. It's right there. It's supposed to be there.
Holy fucking shit. Too much work. Alright, everybody go to bed. It's way too late. It's 12:30. Go to bed, everybody. FJ, go to sleep. The plane crashes. No, don't say that, Con. I will be so sad. Do they ever meet again? Apparently not. They meet one more time, but no, she doesn't give it back. God damn it. Oh my god. Alright, everybody go to bed. That's it. The end. Good night. Oyasumi. Good night, oyasumi. Alright guys, that's the end of Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright Justice for All. We'll be playing the next lot of that once I'm done with Zelda games for all of next month and probably slightly into June. So we'll probably continue it in June so that I can read more fan fiction so it doesn't spoil anything for me. Unless I get distracted and play some other game that gets released, surprisingly. You know, maybe. I don't know.
5:30 p.m. for me. Good night to you. My goodness. Oh boy, that was a blast. They for gore. Maybe. Randos? No, there will be randos. Whenever. Probably. I'll probably throw them in there. I have to do Majora's Mask, and I'm still so scared of doing Majora's Mask. I kind of want to start off with I need to look at it. I need to like map it all out, okay? I haven't mapped it out yet, so 4:30 here. EU gang. Multis. Yes. I will do multis whenever you request upon it. I say request, I mean whenever we organize something. But if you want to do like a regular thing, like if we did want to do like every, was it Wednesday or Tuesday or Thursday, whatever it was, I could probably manage that. I discussed it with my sister. I just said we'll make that night takeaway night or something. But yeah. By the way, did you ever play Professor Layton? No? Is that a game? I thought... Every single time people said Professor Layton, I thought they were talking about Professor Laventon from Legends Arceus. So, no. Unless... Is this a game? No idea. Wow, I thought everyone who had played Ace Attorney or had also played... I don't know who that is. Now I have to... Now my brain's like, I feel like I need to bring up like something in front of me to tell me. I'll probably, you know, I'll write it down. But yeah. So all of next month is Zelda. Which we will see. Where do I want to write this information? Let's put it here. Wait, what's this on the outside of Aragon's? Put it here. How many days do I have? I haven't played Professor Layton, but I'm going to play the crossover game after completing all other Ace Attorneys, which I'm almost done with. Very nice. As far as I know, I just plan on playing these three, because I don't know how much is available on Steam, and that will be a huge impact on. Anyway. And the first three are on Steam. Yeah, okay. We'll see how schedules go, but I'm always up for multi stuff. I feel like I shouldn't say this too many times because I don't know if you find it as an insult, but I just want to keep calling like you and like guys are masochists. But it's also like I'm doing it with you guys. Like I am also the masochist. So you know, Original Trilogy and Great Ace Attorney Chronicles are on Steam. Just get a perfectly legit copy of the others on your computer. Wink wonk. Absolutely. It's a shame they don't have Apollo Justice there. That one's my favorite. I feel like I would probably just wait until it eventually is on Steam. It's the only option for Miles Edgeworth 2, by the way. You learned by doing quad damage. Let's go. No. Get out of here. No way. I'm never accepting quad damage. Never. I would die. I would die so much. Or I end up working out how the hell I can stream it from my 3DS. That is possible. But this is also coming from the person who still hasn't watched all of your Chrono Trigger playthrough, so...
horrible person. How long do you think it would take to play through Majora's Mask? At my intellectual level, how long do you think it would take? If we have like if I had 20 hours across the entire week of 4-hour streams. I'll learn one way or another. I'm sure I will. How long is Majora's Mask? It shouldn't be that long. The problem is that if I don't know, I don't think Ocarina of Time took me that long though. Ocarina of Time was like 4 streams. As long as I don't get too lost. I don't know enough about the game. I can Google it. That's through the power of Google. Majora's. Ugh. It says 20 hours and a half. Okay, so about a week. I'm gonna say a week for Majora. I'm just gonna say it's gonna be a week of Majora's Mask. Skyward Sword is usually about 3 streams for me, I'm pretty sure. Twilight Princess, I think, is 4. I kinda wanna do Breath of the Wild again. But Breath of the Wild's very casual. But I could do Breath of the Wild during the day, actually. If I still wanted to make sure to do Wind Waker. Wind Waker is about 3 streams, I think. Anyway, sorry, just thinking things through. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you'll have an excellent day today and tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. It's been good. It's been bad on my throat, but it's been pretty good. I think my voice will be happy that I take time off doing these long, winding talking sessions. You mean streams? No. And I didn't say everything at Twilight Princess anyway. Not to mention there's long portions of just walking from point A to point B usually, so. But yeah, hope everyone has a good night's sleep. And I will see y'all on Monday for a Zelda game. I'm not holding. I might do Skyward Sword first. I think I might do Skyward Sword first. Kinda want to start off with something I know. But maybe I'll just do an Ocarina of Time render. I don't fucking know. I don't know what's happening. It was fun. Yeah, it was. Thank you for watching, guys. Take care. Sleep well. And I'll see y'all on Monday. Have a good weekend. So yeah. Bye-bye. Look at the tiny little Pokemon go! Go, go, go!